Slipknot fans, sup? Sup. How's it going? I was not expecting the headgear lol. Oh, no. We go hard. We go hard on this stream. I tried various tools and I'm not sure if I'm doing this right. This is just how this is just what it is. Painting miniature soldiers really does kind of it wears your eyes out for sure. You gotta have you just can't have enough light. That's the thing. It doesn't matter how much light you have, you don't have enough. Henry Campbell would dig this. Yeah, David from Prometheus. Looks like David from Prometheus. Looking like David from Prometheus. I'm trying to connect the dots. Did he have a headset on at one point? It would be cool to paint some kanji on their armor. Kanji on their armor. They do have symbols and things that you can paint that are sort of their tech sort of symbols, like the Predator has like the letters or whatever. But I have to think about it. That level of painting is difficult. I think that there's some decals I can put on these guys, but I have to be, some of these models I'm just painting to later kind of redo, you know. Yeah, David had some weird headset on though. Oh, okay. Well, thank you. I mean, I like the connections between me and David. I dig the character. I like what he was about in the movie, creating his own life. You know, he had like some. It was a little odd, not unlike myself. Big things have small beginnings. Oh, no truer words were said. Let's see. That's what I tell myself about the stream. I can't loosen this thing. God, this is I'm one of these people that like I'm like hypersensitive to pressure on my head. That's why I don't like wear hats and stuff. So if this thing is just a tinge too tight, it like instantly I get a headache. Just a comrade. Hola, good sir. Hoping you're having a wonderful day. Thank you, just a comrade. I am. I appreciate the stop by. Just added a pic to Yap. Okay, nice. It's still here while working. I'll still be here while working. Just gonna bother less because what you're doing now, I know requires a lot of focus and precision. No, I mean you're welcome to talk. I just probably with this helmet and all that, I probably just I'll be looking at chat a little bit less because I do have to look at tiny little specks of, it's. We'll see how my eyes hold up during this stream. Lee says hi. Hey, man. What curious music is this? It's from Bioshock. I like it is more of an ambience, like you're at one of the plazas or maybe a cafe shop while working on these before New Year's 1958, of course. Yeah, have you just a comrade? I mean, you've played the BioShock games, right? Yep, I did say story wise they're masterful. I believe that to be true, although I did not finish the first one. Um, I got to like almost the end and I kind of tapped out on like the apartments part. I just sort of went, you know what, I get it. Or something like that. I was like, I got pretty far into the game, but then But yeah, it was a awesome game. Good mix of like the vibes. They just I've never seen the vibes replicated like that in the video game. You know, it was a different. It definitely like it's the same thing as like Half-Life 2. There's no other game that's kind of hit that level of vibes. Future Oil, good morning, soldier. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Salute '07 back to you, '07. Uh, and the graphics and storytelling, just curious. Interesting. What does it mean? The vibes, like the atmosphere? Uh, the graphic storytelling. Yeah, like the art style, music, sound design, the storytelling. It all kind of meshes together very well in that game, like no other. So. That is true. They also are kind of games that even in these worlds that can be completely different, you believe humans as being proper humans. Psychology is also spot on. Yeah, it was interesting. It was interesting, like commentary on like I guess it was like what hyper capitalism sort of a story thing. I didn't. I've watched a bunch of YouTube videos on sort of the analysis of what it was about, and I, you know, can't claim I fully understand, but I think it was an Ayn Randian kind of a like nightmare where there was no government regulation or whatever kind of a thing. wish, because I'm right-handed, I wish I had my camera on the other side so you guys could see more. It's hard. That's the hardest thing, like setting up the camera. I try to paint in a way that's visible for you guys, but ultimately the camera's on the left and I'm right-handed, which works for the drawing. Works for drawing really well because then my hand is not on the way, but does not work for miniature model painting because my hand is always on the right side of the model. What kind of paint is that? It's acrylic. It's just acrylic. We don't mind. We see a lot. And you're doing a great job, in my opinion, man. Oh, okay. Nice. Not much. Got the details from the cat hit me last time. Apparently we're at the same insurance company, so it should be easy peasy to solve. How much does one of those soldiers cost typically? Well, you usually buy them in sets. I have an entire army from a big box set, which they can range like a small squad. I'll show you like I'll show you what $50 can get you. Well, give me 1 second. Let me put the brush in the water. I'll show you like human infantry and like what $50 gets you. It's not a lot. This is Imperial Guard box set. I haven't found the time to get to it. I don't know how to show it to you, but this is an Imperial Guard box set. It's got, I don't know, 8-10 units in there. I'm not really sure. You can see how many soldiers are on there. That's how many you get, and they're just as small as the ones I'm painting. So that's what $50 will get you, is a squad of... Well, you can look at the back. It looks like there's 10 of them. You can look at the back. Looks like there's 10 of them. Sorry for the glare. And you get 10 soldiers, and there's some customization based on like if you want them more to be anti-armor. It's because it's related to the game. You don't just paint them. You paint them and you game. You're supposed to game with them. I just paint them and I put them on shelves. I don't have time. My soldiers are willing to fight. I just never ask them to. I don't know how to play. I need to find like someone that knows how to play. The box itself probably costs $20. The box is nice and stuff. There's usually a little manual. But yeah, it's not a super cheap hobby. You can make it a cheap hobby, but you can shop around on eBay for stuff you want and find discounts if you're willing to wait and do all that stuff. I find that if you just want to paint, you can always find a friend that has a shitload of models they haven't painted. Or if you I like to have my own things to look at, so I do like to like kind of slowly collect different units. But what was I gonna say? Like I'm not big into the gaming aspect of it. I just like sort of looking at little troops. But the packaging, yeah, the packaging is good on it. The models are these are supposed to be some of the better models out that are in terms of quality. I think modern 3D resin printing is kind of unquestionable. It's like crazy good. Some of the stuff I painted, like you can take a big scale monster and I don't know. Like there is better stuff now out there in terms of resin 3D printing in terms of like quality, but this is still considered sort of the better stuff. And these are Tau. They're like these blue aliens, and they're sort of high tech, and they believe in sort of they have a hierarchy in terms of like ancestral, like what do you call it? They have the Tau. They have some sort of a system of like it's like India. They have like a caste system, but they are communist external, like economically they are communist or something like that. I don't read into the stuff really. I haven't read into it, but it's something like that. Space communism. That's what I call it. Anyway, that's kind of where we're at with the blue alien people. I just went with a desert. I wanted like a desert theme. Reminds me of the soldiers from Command and Conquer. Right. I'm not entirely sure I'm doing this right. I definitely feel my skill has degraded since I painted last. Like, I'm just sort of... I might have to redo all of these models. I'm just sort of like... kind of getting my bearings straight, almost, like with the first few. And obviously, like, that one's not done. I have to do, like, the edge highlighting. And I'm willing to restart if I mess up too bad, but... Slipknot says, "Hi, man. Nice." The Zone Troopers? Oh, the Zone Troop. Yeah, 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 yeah. I think it's futuristic soldier look started from Aliens Part 2 movie. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure because a lot of it's hard to say who got what idea first. I mean, Warhammer is they've definitely copied their share of stuff from other stuff. I mean, we all take inspiration, but I don't know, but I know that the bugs in Warhammer are definitely inspired from Alien. The design definitely looks like the Alien. So, you know, and the Imperial Guard definitely look suspiciously like Imperial Guard definitely looks suspiciously like their Starship Troopers looking characters, but you know, I don't know which thing came out first. You could make a Foros creatures like these so people can buy and pay. Yeah, I could do it in Blender. I could sell the files or print them myself. I was thinking about that actually. I was thinking about that, but I ended up not. I could build out some creatures in Blender for sure. I'm sure there's a Chinese company. No, I'm gonna do domestic. I'm kind of I'm like I would rather just if I go down the road of 3D printing, I looked at the prices of you can get a decent. I have a friend who does 3D printing, and they do resin 3D prints that are high quality. And I have an upstairs that's not being used. I might put toxic. I can do stuff that's toxic up there, or put them in my basement or whatever. So it's not insane to have. Not even. I don't really want to sell files. I would rather just sell the thing. But I think it's good. Almost like the lens is good to like put on and put off, and it kind of because it kind of strains your eyes in a different way every time. Your brain kind of like or your eyes kind of take a break from different resolution, and then you can kind of use your real eyes and then use the lens, and it kind of helps to like have a version of rest, kind of a thing. If that kind of makes sense. In fact, there was a study at some point, most focus point of the eye is only 3 degrees wide, and that is equivalent to two 7.2 megapixels, which is around 3000 x 2400 at as a resolution format. I think you're right. That's why the new VR headset for Valve has eye tracking, and it only renders the spots where your eye is looking, because your peripheral is not very effective at all. So it's very interesting how they're doing that. Like they realize we don't need to waste all this computing on just where you're not looking, and I guess it tracks your eyes accurately enough that you shouldn't detect where it's rendering and where it's not. So like inside the headset, you're gonna be looking at spots where your interest is, and that's where the rendering is gonna happen. Just like real life. Interesting. Painting those soldier looks fun, but would take about 20 years to paint one. No, I mean, like, the thing is, I am a slow painter. There are people who are not so slow and bad at this. You can be a faster painter. There are methods to how you want to approach it. It looks super fun, and I think you should do it, because it's so fun. And it's like it's a zen experience, like, I highly recommend it. It's acrylic paint. I think, well, you got to remember, like, to set this up, it's all plastic, and you gotta take these bases. This is just ground from my backyard. I took just like dust and garbage and glued used wood glue, not wood glue, but like paper glue to glue this down, and then I spray painted the what do you call it? The base. Not the base, but like the black base color, right? So there's a lot of steps to it. Like, you gotta prep everything, cutting everything up, and then, like, this is like the painting phase, and you also gotta use a blade to, like, get rid of the seam lines, which I don't mind doing. I think that's also part of it. I enjoy the little annoying bits you gotta do. I actually kind of like take kind of like a joy in sitting there meticulously, cleaning up the models and all that. That doesn't bother me, because it's part of the advisory. What is the temperature like right now in Texas? I used to live there myself. It was hot as hell in the summer there. Those were some brutal months working. Advisior. That was from yesterday's conversation. That person is not here now. Looks like in the 80s. Wow, thank God I moved over to Kick. Advisory. Alright. I'll just say advisory. Parental advisory? Yeah. Very cool. But yeah, I've never been to Texas myself. And I have no, you get it, Lil? Nice. No, it always takes me a minute to understand anything. Like, I'm a very slow understander of things. But once I do get it, I go, what the? Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. That's what they say. Yeah, I mean, it's fine, whatever. I have the rest of my life to paint these. That's how I look at it. I'm good. Like, I'm in no rush. No, this is Noomba wants to from Twitch. I officially dropped Twitch. Why don't you like Twitch? Because I'm just sort of like curious. Why are people converting or whatever? Unless it's a secret, you don't have to tell me if it's a secret. But sort of being a curious nosy Nelly. Well, they control what you say. Like, okay, that's fair. That's probably true. It's in an, oh, I see. Yeah, I'm not gonna say it just because I don't wanna. I don't wanna start that. But I get what you mean. Soup Sane. Let me do a quick shout out. Let me do a quick shout out. Let me put this guy down. Oh, sorry, my camera is just, it doesn't want to listen. Let me do a quick little let me put my brush away. Let me do Soup Sane. Thank you for the raid. What gamers are here? Oh, nice. Well, what were you guys playing? Six stuffing? Oh, thank you. Yeah, I don't usually paint, but shout out. Soup Sane. There you go. Shout out. Six stuff man. Nah, no games. Moncaro is a silly man. I understand. Was doing a quick art stream. Oh, gotcha. Cool, man. Yeah, I normally draw, but I've been needing to paint these for like forever now, and that's what I'm trying to do. Yeah, I enjoy miniature model painting sometimes. It's very zen. No, hell yeah, these are awesome. Yeah, I'm painting some towel. Hope you had a good stream. Do you want to drop your Instagram into the link? You don't have to, no pressure, but if you want to, and all that. Moncaria, we are visitors. Hello, future. We got visitors. We do. Oh yeah, let me click on your thing. Where are we at here? Noise. Let me do a little account glazing. Nice stormtrooper. Give me 1 second. Oh, yeah. Nice froggy. Very good. Just doing a quick look through. Astronaut is cool. You know, I've been wanting to draw like an astronaut, like dying in space kind of thing. I just never did. But I like it. Thank you. Thank you for the share. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for the share. Yeah, normally I just draw traditional art, but you know, sometimes you gotta paint tiny little soldiers. What is the film reel looking at the bottom right? Oh, I made that. I made that like just because I thought it'd be fun to have that there. I did it in Sprite, and it's just a bunch of interchanging uh, sprites that make it look like that. But yeah, it's just I just wanted to have some kind of a moving thing. I'm gonna add more tech to the screen and maybe downsize it a little. I'm gonna iterate on it, but that was just a test run for. That was just more of a test run kind of a thing. No, no, I hear you, bro. That faint, but I hear in spirit. Soup, I gave you a shout out for my chair here. I don't think anyone heard. Nice. Yeah, the film reel is just I just wanted graphics on screen, and I'm gonna iterate on it, put more retro tech on screen eventually. I just right now I'm not super focused on that. I do both. these days more digital. Nice. Very cool. Mr. Babiri, what paintbrush is that? That's a good detailing brush. No, there are smaller brushes. This one is four slash says 4/0. This is not. This is a pretty small brush, but it's not that small of a brush. Sorry, I can't get it right. This is what this brush is technically 4-0 size. I thought I was buying the small one. I usually just work with the smallest brush I can. It just seems like the entire model just needs the smallest brush, at least to my brain, and I your art is amazing, by the way. It reminds me of an artist that used to live near his gallery. Very cool dude. This is his Insta. Let me see. Maybe I've seen it. Mike. Oh, I see. I follow him on Instagram. Nice. Thank you. Appreciate that. I appreciate the glaze. Yeah, he's quite incredible. Yep. His stuff is just insane. Very good. Thank you. Yeah. You used to live next to him. Small world. Isn't that weird how like sometimes like you'll know somebody famous or like be next to somebody famous? Mm, hell yeah, I would see him in a shop every now and then. He even gave me some of his books. Oh wow, is Strippy his art books? Yeah, yeah. I didn't clean that up. There's a little booger. There's a plastic booger at the bottom of this rifle. I gotta clean that up. How did I not notice these things? One second. I gotta get a blade really quick. Alright, let's take a look. Let's take a look here. A little booger. Doing a field amputation? Oh, sometimes you gotta, yeah. Sometimes you gotta. That's why it mattered. Look, the cleanup does matter. Must have rushed through it. I'm learning how to paint my first army, and it's all guardsmen though. I like the I identify with I like the cannon fodder myself. They got a cool look to them and stuff. Peace out. Or you gotta go, Fish Roll. Alrighty, gang. Heading out. Have a great rest of your stream. Enjoy stream, everyone. Have a good one. Thank you, Soup saying. Thank you for the raid. We super appreciate it. And I'm gonna continue my building up my cosmic forces here. Oh, I thought. Sorry, you were saying goodbye to that. Okay. In the military, they issued us glasses in boot camp. We called them birth control glasses. Oh, I've heard of those. Maybe I need a pair of like large lenses like that. Maybe I think the issue with magnification is that when you magnify via a lens, you have the issue you run into is that you have to get closer. Like it doesn't actually magnify until you get like closer. So that's kind of like the burden of the lens is that the more powerful it is, the closer you have to physically get to like actually use that magnification, and so you end up being in like these very uncomfortable situations. Ahmedilishan. May the Emperor protect, brother. But brother, this is not, this is not Imperium of Mankind. These are the communist Tau. I don't know. I do have some Space Marines, but let's get our ideologies straight. Um, the Emperor is the protector of mankind, not blue space people. What the? Recently, I got new glasses, and they make me take. They talked me into getting progressive lenses because I could read fine, and that way I don't won't have to take glasses off. Not sure I like them. Yeah, I don't know. Eat red meat. That'll fix your eyes. Yuri, have you seen Event Horizon? Yes, and I wasn't the I know they're making. I know they're making. I know where you're going with this. I know. I know they made another. They're making another one, and I didn't. I wasn't the biggest fan. Like, it was all right. Like, it was a fine horror movie or whatever. But I watched it all the way through like a good boy, and I was like, eh, could have lived without that. But it was all right. No hate. It was funny though. Like, it was funny in watching a movie that was like it had like it was just in the right era where like the sound effects were kind of like goofy. It had like the 90s like I there was a few things that were like flying around when they were like in the ship and they were getting sucked out of space. There were things like hitting, the environment, and it was like clunk clunk, like very like 90s, like, or the punches were like very like that era sound effects. It was hard to I think Event Horizon is a masterpiece. Event Horizon is a masterpiece. I see why you would like it. Like, I see why somebody would like it. I thought it was I didn't like that. You know what I didn't like about it? I kind of didn't like that it had a similar thing with what do you call it? It had a similar issue as a Dead Space. The atmosphere is incredible. I agree. Some of the visuals were very good. I think it had the same. This is kind of what I remember. I haven't seen it in a while. Like, it's been a minute, maybe like 6 months ago I watched it. But from what I remember, I don't like it. It had the same issue as Dead Space, where, sorry, my fingers are shaking for some reason. I didn't like the rule set for how you become the bad guy is a little like loosey goosey, and once that starts happening, I kind of don't care about the movie. Which is why I think Alien is a perfect horror movie, because it had like the logic was very strict on how the alien life cycle works. And this is one of those movies I just remember being like, I don't know. It's like there's a lot of silly things happening, and it's unclear. I don't know. So it was like something like that, but I could be wrong. But overall I thought the movie was. I can see why a horror enjoyer would like that movie. It's just not really my cup of tea, but it's fine. atmosphere is incredible. Oh wow, maybe if you saw it second time, you'd find it more, more, find more to appreciate. Maybe, maybe, maybe. I don't think it's a bad movie or anything, but it felt like a movie that I would watch once, and you know. But I can imagine, like I can close my eyes and like imagine like that what of my friend group like would like that movie. You know what I mean? Like I can already like see in my mind like the people that would like it. But like I said, I for me it was a good it was like a good flick. I watched it, and I've seen it actually like 3 times in my life because I remember I know I've seen it in my buddy's house long time ago on the projector or parts of it because I think back then I wasn't too interested, but then I saw it again and I had I'm like, oh wait, I've seen this. I've seen like this like movie, and then I watched it again, but like all the way through like in one sitting, and I was like, it's all right. But to be fair, I'm not like a big horror fan guy. Like I think horror is fine if it's really good. I'll watch it, but I don't seek it out. So I think like I'm just not the target audience for. I mean, I like the idea of coming across being on a space adventure and coming across a problem in space. Uh, you know, and it's like eldritch kind of like space forces. You can't like understand why they're doing what they're doing, and it's like, right? They came across an ancient evil or whatever in space. Um, I like that, you know, but painting Kree guardsmen after fully assembling them as a first army might have been a mistake. I am having fun though, which I feel is the most important part. Agreed. I agree with that sentiment. And what is the Krieg army? Is that the guys with like the like is are they part of the Imperial Guard, or are they like I know they're part of humanity, but are they like how do they stack in the order of man in terms of like where are they? Are they like, you know what I mean? incredibly World War One themed. They are cooler guardsmen in my opinion. Think the Black Templar level of Zealous by guardsmen, the guys with gas masks. Yeah. I kind of wish they would release. I was reading a book. In Warhammer they have sort of. I wish they would release something like a penal battalion, where they take like street trash and just throw it into like prisoner trash and just throw it into combat. And like I wish they had a little bit of that kind of thing going on too. Like if they would release sort of, you know, that kind of a thing, that would be cool. And then if you survive a couple of those missions, you can upgrade. There's a ton of Imperial Guard variants that don't make model representing them or only have 30-year-old metal versions. Yeah. Yeah, I know. You can only, the thing is that like I know that the Space Marines sell the most. That's what people want, is like that kind of look. And that's why, the variety, you can only have so much attention on stuff, and they want to sell stuff that moves, and so a lot of the stuff just ends up being in the books and lore. And I would like to paint like just like a penal battalion kind of soldiers that are just part of the conscripted from like prisons of the Empire. I guess that the Imperial Guard is one of the most popular factions. I guess more models, more variants for Imperial Guard would be nice, but not needed, unlike Drew, Kari, or Tau, or half the Xenos. Yeah, you know. I wonder, didn't they put the clamp down on the didn't they put the clamp down a little bit on kit bashing? Because in theory you could like just use various models. I don't know, it's like it's kind of a kit bashing is kind of a philosophical question, like at what point is the model something completely different, right? Because if you take a frame of a motorcycle and you have a number on there, that's how you identify what that motorcycle is, right? But how much of that frame can you remove before it's no longer that motorcycle, right? you can't just take that number out and weld it to a different frame and say that that's a different. Now that's a GS 500 because it's not a G. It's just that you just took one little part and added it. And with kit bashing, if I were to like have playable models, how much can you modify a model before it's fundamentally like you just made up new units? I don't know, right? Like, wouldn't it be great though if you could just 3D printing and cat bashing is very popular with guard to make other guard variants, and for tournaments, yeah, they crack down on it a lot. Well, to me, I'm just a paint enjoyer. I don't really war game. I would if it was easy and convenient, but I kind of live in a desert area for that kind of thing, so I'm just not willing to put forth the effort to find like other nerds. I'm like, yeah, I go outside my house and I make the call. I make nerd noises, and if they don't come, and they never come, I just don't. It's just I don't live in an area where there's people. Like there's a lot of D&D activity going on in this area, but not a lot of warhammering. There's a fair amount of Warhammer near me, but I'm still learning to drive, get a car. So, oh, I see, I see. Yeah. I mean, to me, I honestly I don't yearn to game. Like I'm sure I could find people, but I'm not like yearning for it either. I'm totally okay with just chilling and painting. So I see the that as kind of if it comes towards me and I happen to stumble into people and they're like, hey, come play with us, then maybe I will. But that's about the extent of like what I'm willing to. Is this Bioshock music? It is indeed Bioshock ambience. Yeah. Oh, Genny Gomez says, "Oh my God, this looks so good." Thank you, I appreciate that. I'm trying to get these models to be bright enough. Some of the issue is like they kind of look bright enough under the lamp, but then you put them on the table and they're like super dark looking. And I kind of want them to be a little bit leaning towards vibrant because it's always tricky to get the, you know, you want the grim dark, but you really, you just, everything ends up looking kind of like it's in shadow, and it's like I kind of want to counter that a little bit. So I'm trying to like slowly add more paint to this mixture to figure out where I need to be for the whole project. Like what is the armor? I'm still like working on like what, like where I think this is like right here. This guy's close. I might go a shade lighter, just a tint lighter overall. And I know it looks like he looks bright, but like actually he doesn't. Like actually that's still a little bit. Once I put him on this table right here, you put him next to like a pencil that's yellow or something. He looks dark, and it still needs more. Still needs more. You know, I think he's gotta look just a little too bright under the light and just right on a table that's not very well lit. But that's the game I'm playing right now, is like trying to figure that out. Carolyn, hi everyone. Wow, today we can learn about painting models. Nice. Yeah. I think I'm gonna do this like maybe like once a month or something. You know what I mean? Because right now I'm just doing like 1 hour after the stream. And I'm like, I mean, like once a month isn't gonna do any harm. you know. Plus, I need to get this. I need to get these guys done eventually. It just really takes a lot of patience to paint these. You gotta just hold your breath and just carefully. I gotta be careful. I got so many wires under my feet. Does the paint change color when it dries? And do you have to paint many layers to get good coverage? I wonder. Yes and yes, it kind of does. It takes a lot of like paint experience, which I don't have to like know all the nuances. But yeah, it kind of does change color because like I'm trying to cover black with yellow, and that takes a lot of. That's gonna be a lot of layers, you know. I'm kind of a novice painter, so I don't know if I'm the best guy to listen to, but you know, I think the answer to what you just asked is yes. And also, you know, there's varying degrees of how skilled you can get at this. There's people who are like really insane with the quality. They, you know, they paint masterpieces, but can you buy these models or do you get them 3D printed somewhere else? I buy them. Well, these are not my models. These are friends' models I'm painting for them. But yeah, generally speaking, you buy them in boxes such as these. Like that. The little soldiers. These are Warhammer. There's all kinds that you can buy, different ones, but this is Warhammer 40k. Well, these are the Tau, but the one I'm holding is a Imperial Guard or something, or Cadian Shock Troops, Astra Militarum, whatever all that means. Somebody knows what that means. And yeah, you can get really crazy with how detailed you can paint them. So that's kind of how that goes. Put this down, have a little bit of water. It's getting quite warm in here. Let me take off my hoodie. That's some good water. This is a very zen activity. Right now I'm just doing the base color like of the armor. I'm not really getting into the sort of gradient shading and all that. I'm gonna do that a little later. Like I said, I'm just a casual Warhammer enjoyer that I like enjoy. I paint them and I put them on shelves, essentially.
Maintenance report to Tunnel 3. Immediately, Tunnel 3.
Security sweeps are happening, but don't expect too much. They're stretched thin.
Future Oil says, "Hi guys. It looks fun to do. These are fun. Yeah."
Medical emergency, Tunnel 6. Paramedics needed.
The medical clinic is running on fumes. Try not to get hurt.
I have a little personal Christmas tree that I need to paint. Yeah, yeah. Stuff like that, or just a little people for train sets and stuff that can be kind of...
Please not rural. Mark sign outside Channel Silver.
Fingernail palette. Very artsy person you are. Yeah, using your fingernail really helps with the, you just kind of get a sense of where, like, the paint, the consistency of the paint is at. That's kind of how I do it. I mean, I should have really painted the armor before putting the arms on. It's really hard to paint this, his, like, little armor right here. How's work, Japochi? Unless you can't, unless it's a secret, you don't have to tell me, but... Typical construction job, men shouting, men blaming whose fault. It's a messy project. I'm in. I just want to swap lives with my dog at this point. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Future Oil Japochi, what's up? Making the big bucks. Yeah. I used to mod prepare that brush, cut 1mm off tip, remove outer 33% of bristles for fine detail work. Little shorter, little stiffer, little thinner, improves control versus those stroke brushes. Oh, stock brushes. I feel like I'm an intern because there's no bucks in it yet. That sucks. Eventually, I have a smaller brush. I'm gonna buy a brush. Right now, this isn't the smallest brush, but I need to like slowly go down in the brushes. And I need to go down in the brushes for what I'm doing eventually. It's really hard to do it. Neat job. I need to water. I think this paint is getting a little bit gooby. I need to, oh yeah, it's way too gooby. I need to put water in there for sure now. Or mix it up or something. It's getting really, it's hard, it's definitely a lot to learn. I don't know how, like, some of the models I see that people paint professionally, I don't know how they can do it. I want to see those soldiers in the diorama of a desert. Yeah, dioramas take a really long time. I've seen people spend like half a year on one diorama, and I'm like, yeah, I'm good. I just paint my little soldiers once in a while. Dioramas are very time costly. Oh man, take some of the paint off of there for sure. All those miniature props are expensive as hell unless you make your own. Yeah, the miniature world is not very. It's very like it's an expensive. It can get to be a very expensive hobby. There are ways of making it less expensive, but you have to be a lot more technical and 3D print your own files and. But I mean, it's fine. It's not. It's really not. I feel like it's okay because of like how slow I am. That if I have units I need to paint, it's gonna take me like a million years to get through this stuff. So it's like it's irrelevant. The price. I'm not a very fast painter. If I was actually trying to make armies to go battle other people, it'd be a different story because I would be you know, I'd need to be I'd do a quicker job at painting them just to get them tabletop ready. Which you really, for tabletop, you just need 3 color schemes, like 3 different colors. Flat is fine, and then you can battle with those. But I kind of want to take them like one notch above that, with edge highlighting and all that kind of stuff. I want to see this in a... Oh man, but good thing is that you're getting involved in actual construction. You're getting involved in actual construction? Yeah. Future, because a lot of art people never get that experience. Take your time in painting. It's enjoying the process is what's important. True. Mostly on my previous job, I only did work inside an office. I barely know what's happening with the project wall. Japochi, you're out there doing real work right now. That's crazy. You're gonna win at life. I mean, you're really living life, right? Like, you're doing like a real stress job on a construction site, managing or whatever you're doing. It's like you are doing it for realsies.
The blackout in Sector C has been resolved.
The price of commission, if you commission someone to paint miniature soldiers, doesn't make sense until you start painting and you realize like that kind of hours it would take to do this. And then it's like, oh, okay. That's why it's like $1 million. Do you ever do fine detail water slide decals of like custom mission patches for the soldiers' uniforms? I have some decals that came with this kit. I don't know. I'll look into it like towards the end of the project, I think, right? But yeah, I don't know too much about that. I've never done that yet, so we'll kind of see. We'll have to kind of revisit that question. It seems like it's hard. Like, I don't know. We'll have to take a look at that. biggest thing is to learn from the guys with experience, stay alert, ask questions, and stay safe. Your drawings need to be in miniatures. Yeah, as usual, I'm the youngest there, and most of them are in their 40s and have more than 10 years of XP in the company. That's, yeah.
Air filters are clogged in Block 7. Breathe shallow if you're over there.
I remember one time I had an intern walking with me on a construction site. She was in her 20s, and we walked into one floor where they were priming the walls. We walked right back out, and she filed a workman's comp case. Wait, what? What?
Water filters need replacing. No one knows when the parts will get here.
What's a comp case? That's like when you get, isn't that when you get injured or something? If you get injured and it's the company's fault, they pay you to like stay home. Because it's on their,
Distribution might actually happen today. Keep an ear out for an update.
I think comp stands for compensation, but I'm not sure. Yeah, she says she was exposed to fumes or something. Oh. She wanted free money? Well, we don't know that. She might have been exposed to fumes.
Definitely Sector D. Maintenance says they'll get to it eventually.
Typically, you'd have to be. I feel like you'd have to make a little bit more of a compelling case than that, right? Something has to fall on you or something. You can't just say, like, I think I smelled something that may be bad. I'm so in the dark with legalities in the adult world, I wouldn't even know about that. Well, yeah. Typically, the companies will not pay out. Like, something kind of like a forklift has to run into you, and it has to be obvious for. If it's something you're exposed to, most likely you'll be signing a contract that you negate, like you agree that that's something you can't sue over, or something along those lines will happen. They don't like to pay out money for sure.
Maintenance reports Tunnel 3. Immediately, Tunnel 3.
Chipochi, thank you for the emojis. I'm back. Foros with mask. Foros only painting, or he made it too. I'm just painting little. Yeah, I'm just painting. These are from bought. Like, actually, they're kind of old. These are from like high school that my friend bought, and I'm just painting them now. It's really sad, but a lot of plastic. People don't know this. A lot of plastic Ends up sitting for years before anybody touches it. Um,
Fuel update. Someone from number 3 swapped the last of the fuel reserves. Hope it was worth it.
If you've been hoarding supplies, now's the time to share. Or don't. Whatever.
Frost has been working on this since he was 10 years old. True. This is my first model I'm working on. Thought you bought another one. Well, I have a whole army of these. Like, not a whole not hundreds of them, but a whole army, meaning like 30 or 40. I don't know how many I got, but that's considered like an army to play with. So I got like this headset is starting to give me a headache. Like I said, I have like the most sensitive like head. Like I can't put things on my head without getting headaches, especially like things like that weight stuff.
If anyone's seen a medical crew in Speranza, tell them Sector C5 has been waiting for hours.
Teachers to education center, please.
I'm having a really hard time painting this bright on black without making it look messy. Like right here, like where all the lines are, it looks like a goopy mess right here. And normally the way I would negate that I would like I would use sort of darker color, darker yellow, and then like slowly build up the yellow. That way there you wouldn't have that, like if you have a tiny missed stroke, that horrific looking kind of mistake. But I don't know. That ends up taking like a million years to paint it that way. Like just start from black and then slowly build up on top of that. It's like doable. It's like definitely, but it's gonna take like a gajillion years to paint anything. If you really want to nerd out, you can buy a little stand that can hold the figures while you paint them. I have one of those. Yeah, I have one of those. It in this case, I don't know if it would solve more issues because I'm filming. It's better for when you're not filming. It does help, but it doesn't help if you're trying to film the process, I think.
Sector 4 is low on power again. Try not to
There's
lose
definitely,
absolute
it's definitely a convenient tool to have in your arsenal sometimes for certain things. But yeah, I got one of those. I just not using it right now.
The blackout in Sector C has been resolved.
Good. The house fills with figurines. That's why I never like stuffed animals or Barbies. The house fills with figurines. But these are rather small. Barbies and all of that stuff is more cumbersome because their size. You can have armies of these guys, and it doesn't have to. I mean, I'm sure that there's people where it does take over their house, but Warhammer is pretty manageable. Like they're not. I mean, you're definitely, if you do it for a long time, you're definitely gonna have a room dedicated to it. But they're not of the size where it takes over your entire house, unless you let it, which is fine too. I don't care what people do, one way or the other. I'm just saying, I have not had Warhammer take over my house. If you just have like a computer, you can you can fit a lot on top of a computer, like, and they'll be fine up there. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. I just need to take a little break. I'll be back in just 1 minute. Did I get rated? Was there 19 viewers? There's 19 viewers seems a bit high. I don't know. Did I get rated? Did I miss it? That's some good water right there. Let me do the old, let me check the old Instagram. What's going on over there? Alrighty. Yeah, stuffed animals, if you want to clog your house up with stuff, yeah. Stuffed animals is the way to do it, because just the size of them. I can field like 2 armies. I could put 2 armies on top of like one PC, maybe not 2, depending on like what you're talking. Depends on the size of it. You can put an army on top of a PC, and a whole army is going to take a while to paint. So, you know, I feel like it's a very reasonable. You see how... See, this is something I haven't been able to solve. Is see how right here it looks goopy? Goopy paint. And I know we're like really zooming in on a very tiny model. If I was just painting for just gaming, like it's like whatever, not a big deal. But if I want this to look like some of the more professional paints that I've seen on Instagram, I don't really know how to transcend that level. Like, other than watering thing, I mean, I don't know. I'd have to build up to like this yellow from black, and then put a little bit of yellow, you know, and just have like these shades that slowly build up to this. Otherwise, I don't know how else you can do it. My little water bottle. I figured little water bottle caps are a very convenient solution to my problem.
The medical clinic is running on fumes. Try not to get hurt.
Possibly using air. Yeah, but not on these. People do use airbrushes, but that's more zenithal highlighting. They don't. You cannot. I mean, you can apply an airbrush. It's not impossible. Maybe I should have gone with the original strategy of like doing exactly sort of what I said. Or like slowly building up the layers. Because with it being this bright, it's like if you get any kind of missed stroke, it's just like instantly super visible from space. But for tiny thing not work. Yeah, I think I could use an airbrush to get an even coverage to start, then paint details with a brush. Yeah, there's no. I mean, there's no way to like. For anything this size, like its airbrush would just be some of the initial highlighting with white to kind of have an emphasis, but not beyond that. I mean, I'm sure somebody out there does like more, like maybe they would get like the front of the gun or something like with zenithal to like, but you know, someone on the extreme end of experience would be able to do more, but
Maintenance report to Tunnel 3. Immediately, Tunnel 3.
Someone broke into the East Wing storage rooms. Not sure what's left. Check for yourself.
To whoever raided the pet supplies last night, I was coming for you sooner or later.
Rumor has it the black market's got fresh produce. Not that we're endorsing it.
Generally in Sector E, maintenance says they'll get to it eventually.
The blackout in Sector C has been resolved.
there we go. Okay. Whew, I have to turn around there. second. Let me hit this yellow here with a little bit of a mixy mix. It's getting a little weird. The paint is getting a little weird on me. I'm gonna do a little mixy mix here. Paint behavior was changing on me. Man, this. This backpack is not the easiest thing to paint, I'll be honest. Sorry, stepped away. My 5-year-old calling for me. Ah, I see. Understandable. paint still looks like I just don't know how else you can like layer down acrylic the way I want, you know, because the problem is if you put just like a really bright color on black, no matter what you do, it kind of looks like it's got like, it looks like it's got like you know, like kind of a puddle drawing on black, and then you have to like, if you want to get that color flat, you got to go over so many times to like get anywhere with it, and all the corners look kind of shaky, and you know, but the only other way to like make it look really nice is to start off with a dark yellow and then like build it up, but it just takes like forever to do it that way. Like just have very thin layers just built up. It's doable, but it just takes, like right now I decided to go for more just paint the armor like the same base color and then add the effects on top of that. And even this is taking me, like I said, I'm kind of a slow painter. This is taking me quite a while too. To like have just a flat same color across the board is, you know, to have it neat. There's still spots I'm going over and like adding and fixing, and I'm gonna have to like redo the black on some because I kind of went over the line, which isn't a huge deal because I think I can, whatever, I can fix that. I keep kind of, it's hard to know where I'm in focus too on the cut up and ample forum. Oh, okay, nice. I guess sometimes you gotta do that. Actually, let me get a slightly. I have a 3.5 lens in there in this helmet thing, and I think I need to go down a little so I can view it from further away. It's like awesome to make. Oh wait, this is a 2. which I'm kind of surprised by because I felt like it was more than that. Kind of see how this is a 3.5, which is awesome. Like, I love the 3.5. The only issue is, like I said, you just end up being like you end up having to be even closer. Man, this is awesome. Okay. Actually, let me get a little paper towel really quick. I'm gonna try something really quick. Give me 1 second. Maybe I can kind of work something out here. Thank you, Gomez. Thank you for the cat emojis. Sorry, I'm trying. Crap. I was way off screen. Sorry about that. Let's look over here. Man, it's hard to control that. I need to like somehow organize like knowing where the focal point is for that, because it's easy to kind of. I try to look over the camera, but it's easy to kind of slowly drift away from the. You like the movie Alien because of your art reminds me about Xenomorph. Yeah, I do. I do. I've talked. I've talked about Alien before. I am a Alien enjoyer. I think the first movie is like the perfect horror movie. First movie is the best. I think so. I would agree. I think the first movie is the best, probably. Pie painter, well, this is surgical paint. It's very precise. Yeah, yeah, just painting some towel. Thank you for the stop by. Very enjoyable hobby. But yeah, this is it is surgical. You don't have to have like a helmet for this, but it helps to have some sort of magnification of one type or another. Oof, I just got that paint in that crease. I'm gonna have to fix that. It's really easy to make a mistake. I think this guy is like bright enough. It's just, let me put him on the table, see what he looks like. See, it's like, it's weird. It's like he looks super bright, but then you put him over here on the table and it's like, it's dark. He's like just invisibly dark. Or maybe that, you know, my perception is like getting skewed. My perception of what's what is like slowly. But I still feel like he's a little bit. Maybe not. I don't know. Like, cause like your table is gonna be lit up if you're playing with these guys, right? Like, but I kind of feel like this should be like the darkest that he should be. The darkest part of the armor should be this. Even though here he looks so vibrant, right? He looks like, oh, that's quite bright, but it's like he's not. Like, second. I'm gonna let my dog out really quick. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna let my dog out. I'm back. Sorry about that. Alrighty. You need to put that song on that goes like, "Who let the dogs out?" Yeah, I don't know if that's the kind of like the vibe we're going for, and that's that's the kind of music I can't play on the stream. They will not. Those companies are not gonna appreciate that. Oh no, I see. Sorry, I see your chat now. I wasn't looking at the kick chat. I've streamed off and on for the last 5-6 years unsuccessfully, but Twitch has given me the most headaches out of any other platform. I don't know. I didn't know you painted figurines. This Warhammer. Yeah, this is the Tau from Warhammer. Oh, you. No, I see. Yeah, I see your thing. I just wasn't. Kick is like a little bit in the corner for me because it's the one that people use the least to talk to me, so I kind of slowly stopped looking that way. But yeah, I mean all the platforms have their own kind of, you gotta stay within a certain rule set to kind of participate. That's kind of what they like. I think I like to keep things pretty uncontroversial. Keep it normie in here. I'm kind of not a big fan of Kick because they're requiring, and I'm sure all the platforms are going to go in this direction, but they're requiring government ID in order to get payouts. So I'm not doing that. So please, if you want to donate, do not donate on Kick. I will not be receiving that money. Okay, I think I painted all the armor plates. Yeah, I think it was a horrible mistake not to paint the chest plate in the beginning, because it is not it is not easy to get in there. You're just like pushing the brush into like this tiny like little crevice. Man, that's gonna be rough to paint that. Definitely would have been easier. I just didn't think of it at the time, and this is definitely like a harder. The models where they're holding the weapon with two hands, covering their chest. It's like you're gonna be in a different realm trying to paint that, like, of difficulty. I don't know how the more professional people do it, if they kind of break up the... See how that plate kind of is covered by the arms and you just... It's not super easy to paint. Do you see my messages? Yeah. Adversary, I see your messages, yeah. It'd be cool if I could paint this with like a. If it, sorry, I'm off screen again. It'd be cool if I could paint this with like a microscope and a like a little robot arm. You know what I mean? Like that would be dope if I could do that. I think I can kind of bust out that bronze for the shoulder pad, and this guy's gonna look really slick. Just because it like really makes the model pop after you add that bronze in there. Of course, there's an endless amount of work. There's an endless amount of work you can put into these models and make them like crazy. I'm not a super good painter, as you can see. I wish I could like somehow conquer the goopy paint issue, and I just can't. Like I mean I guess I'm just not watering things. I just need to water things down more is what it comes down to. But it seems like it is watered down, and then it's like not. But then it like still kind of builds up on top of itself. I don't know. It could also be the brand of paint I use. Maybe there's like expensive paint out there that is just awesome that I don't know about. Why was that deleted? That was deleted by an auto mod. The auto mod deletes things that it detects as whatever it doesn't like. It could be like a word you put in there. So it doesn't know the context of what you're saying. It just sees a word it doesn't like. Do it catches certain words? Yeah, it catches certain words without the context. So, but I can read. It's just crossed out. I can still read it. Give me 1 second. We need some super fun music. I think StarCraft is super fun music. Let's see. Yeah, let me do a little coppery copper. I think copper is like really makes that shoulder pop. Right there. We're gonna. I think that should sound good right there. I had to adjust the volume a little bit. Yeah, I never made a dime at Twitch. I will tell you a thing, out of pocket, I've probably supported and donated to numerous, if not dozens, creators on there. Yeah. It's hard to be a successful streamer, it really is. It kind of seems like baseline and like easy, but it's not. Like, I mean, like, you can make some money on Twitch. Like, I feel like Twitch is like best for hobbyists, that like it just kind of makes it to where the hobby pays for itself. But to make like living money, you have to be kind of like, now I'm not even talking about like the sort of like the people who make like really good money. Just like people who could like scratch out a living, getting to that is like really is rough. It's like even getting to like the kind of the beginnings of being able to just live off of that is like, it takes a lot. Unless you're like unless you just pop off for some reason, your content is just like, you know, that good that people just can't wait to see you. Like slowly building up an audience like through art is gonna be a rough ride in terms of money making. I'm at a stage where like I'm at that hobby pays for itself stage where so I'm kind of like, oh, this is good. The paint and the soldiers and stuff. I'm like, yeah, this is fun. I got a little I got a little, you know, a couple people that come back and talk to me. I'm like, yeah, it's good. It's not a runaway success, but still good. Went out to help with some quick yard thing. Oh my god, you're still working on the yard, putting some stuff away. Wasn't my sandals stepped on dog poop? Nice. Yeah. It'll get you. You got by the dog poo. Alright. Where are we here? Not sure if I should water down this copper here. This is kind of a difficult question, right? Because let me put a couple of drops in here. Put a couple of drops in here. I don't know if that's a good idea or not, but I feel like it's a little too thick. I can just always layer. But I find that the paint that like is sort of fake metallic paint is like really rough in the sense of like once you put water in it, it's like never really works how you want. No, okay. Whew. Okay, it didn't spill because it's like stuck to the bottom, but that could have been a lot worse. Let's see here. See, the headset, it's like the lamp itself is the headset itself and the lamp, it's like they're interfering with each other at a certain point. The way the plastic pops here on the shoulder, it makes me think I'm just supposed to paint the outer side of this and not the inner side, like not the inside copper. So I'm gonna stay on these kind of artificial lines here and just make that pop here. This will look better. Like once it dries up a little bit, and we put a couple layers. It looks really good. The copper, at least from where I'm sitting, it's good. The camera always plays tricks on your eyes and stuff like that. Cake is a good way to make money, but I can't use Stripe myself. Is it a good way to? I found like I don't know. Maybe it's. I think it is a good way to make money. The only issue with it is I don't have like an audience. Like I have one or two people watching me on there, so for me it isn't because I don't have anyone watching me. So, but I'm sure it's true. I've heard creators say that, but it's like the ones that have the sort of the pull to bring people in. For them it makes perfect sense, but. Yeah, and the thing about Twitch is that they do not control what you see as far as numbers and viewers in OBS. They do. they do control what you see as far as numbers and viewers on in OBS. They control these. I don't get it. You're saying. They control what I see. Yeah. Well, yeah. You're saying the data I see in terms of like how many views I got is not accurate? Or... Man, I wish like you guys could see the shine I'm seeing off of this copper. It's like the camera is totally killing all the copper vibe. You can kind of see how cool it is, but it's I'm gonna carefully give it a couple more layers. Okay. I'm liking it. I'm liking where we're at. Super good. Trying to decide where I want to go next with this. What was I gonna do? Because I think, let me compare this guy to this guy. This guy's a little brighter. He's a tint brighter than that guy. Just because of like, I've been adding more yellow, like that dust moon yellow to that paint. So he ended up being just a tinge brighter, which I can bring him up. I'm just trying to decide on like what the darkest baseline color for the armor should be, because man, I wish I'm definitely out of practice. Like a lot of these beginner soldiers that I'm getting back into doing, it's like I almost feel like it was a mistake to kind of I can say for certain users and numbers I saw in OBS when I started significantly changed over time. I don't see the numbers in OBS. I see them on the. I got the second window of Twitch pulled up to kind of see where the numbers at. Not that I like look at it that often anymore, but Streamer has no real control. You're using Twitch's platform. I don't even know how much control I have on Kick, to be honest. Yeah, well, it's hard to say. I think I should have gone with my, like, I'm looking at this and the paint looks, to be honest, the paint looks a little bit cakey. The paint looks a little bit cakey in a lot of spots. Even though I try to like run the most diluted paint you can imagine, it still looks like you know, paint that's been was a little thick. So I think I'm gonna end up having to restart some of these models because like I know that as I move through the army and I continue further on, there's just gonna be moments where I have to be like that the later models are gonna look so much better and higher quality that these aren't gonna hold up. And I'm already seeing cakey, kind of a little bit of a cakey look on the paint. Like again, if I just was like, oh, let's get an army fielded and stuff, no big deal. But if I'm trying to take money for it, it has to be kind of like crazy looking. Oh, I got a person trying to sell me viewers. Nice. I'm gonna try and get another cap here. I'm gonna try and get another cap and just fill it with moon dust and see if I can get a super diluted moon dust to create start creating like highlights. This is almost still they get in my channel too. Yeah. I'm just gonna run some moon dust, see like what that does for me. See those Gretchen I painted? I painted those like crazy. Like I put crazy time into each single one of those. Like I'm having a hard time like locking in my like Mintel to like the same standard as that because I was just like I was sitting there for like it took me like a month to paint like a squadron of those because I was just like obsessed with it. But I'm just gonna use a little bit of moon dust, water it down, and see if I can kind of start creating highlights. And but I'm almost certain that this is gonna be one of the models I end up scrapping and redoing from ground up, just because it's not money worthy, you know. I think. But I know there's things you can download to get rid of those spammers, but I'm not motivated enough to do that, to like actually find a way to get rid of them. I'm not sure if I should brighten the tip of the gun and like have it fade out as it goes back, or the other way around for that cool like. do the same thing. I'm gonna just let that dry for now. But I'm gonna try and hit the top of the helmet and see if I can kind of create a. Would want there to be a little bit of a brighter spot right here at the top. See if I can like fade that in slowly. Looks okay until it starts kind of drying, and then it's like. Okay, to clean my sandals and just finish drying them and clean my foot. There you go, Agent John Rambo. Thank you for the Pokemon and the Chewbacca. Appreciate that. Yeah, you're gonna want to clean that up. Let me go get a little bit of white paint here. I'll be right back. I gotta get some white paint here. seems like this yellow here just does not. It like it still looks like it looks super bright and moon dusty, but then you apply it on the model and it's like yellow. Like I can't win. I'm just gonna do a dab of white. See what that does for me. Just a dab of white. Come on, get at it. Come on, go. Oh, there you go. Alright, and then some water. Then a couple droplets of water. And then mix. And hopefully... Oh man, that's a lot of white. Oh man, that's brutal. Well, whatever. I'll end up rebuilding this. I'll end up repainting this model. It's fine. I need to get my painting like muscles like going. You know what I mean? I need to kind of like, because I'm obviously so like out of practice that like I just need to accept failure. There's like a strand on there. Slowly building a gradient there. We'll kind of see how that turns out. Getting them on the face, however, I think should be illegal. Wait, what? Honestly, I've never considered selling any of it, making money from it, so I just wait. Failure is not an option. This must be a nice break from traditional drawing on paper. Yeah, it's nice to kind of switch it up. Need to buy myself some new pens. I would like to get back into drawing. I've never considered selling any of it or making money from it. Somebody suggests I do tattoos, but I don't like that kind of work. Honestly, I'm not that good at it. I want to get better. I'm not against tattoos. I enjoy the experience of getting the ones I have, but I just regret the nature and themes behind the ones I got. Getting them in the face, however, I think should be illegal. I think getting tattoos on the face is like a little wild. It's, I mean, you know, people can you do you kind of thing, but that's I do think like face tattoos are like bro, like that's on your face. But to each their own, you know. I'm not gonna climb out of my chair to like fix the world. I don't, you know. But it's just I do think of it as like a little bit like whoa, I gotta clutch my pearls hard there on the old face tattoo. I wish like the glare wouldn't be so like, cause I gotta have this lamp kind of close. You see, kind of like you can see like the little bit of highlighting I'm doing right there. That gets blown out. That gets super blown out by the lamp, and it's hard for you guys to see like this like little bit of a highlight I was working on the tip of the gun to kind of like build that gradient going back. Is like what I was gonna start working on, but it's like if the lamp is where I can see things, then it just gets blown out. Can't see anything. I'm sure maybe I can adjust the camera settings a little bit. Maybe it's over contrast. Maybe the contrast is like crazy high. Configure video contrast maybe. Brightness. See, maybe that'll do the trick. Did that do the trick? I think that might have done the trick. So the tip of that gun, I'm trying to like stretch that gradient out back to kind of create a little bit more of an interesting kind of a look instead of just, you know, like kind of like something going on. So in terms of like visual kind of. Think I sort of it's going in the right direction. It just looks more interesting if you have this be a little darker and then I'll kind of work top of the helmet and hopefully I can kind of recreate that on the shoulder pad. Like top of it will be brighter and then work down, just kind of create But you see, okay, this is kind of what I was talking about. I just kind of want to show you. This is what I'm fighting right here. Let's see if I can kind of zoom this in so you guys can see. You see how this paint right here, that brighter paint, it dried, and now there's like these two pools. Like when you get a coffee stain on your table, it like the rim is like sort of more saturated than the middle because the coffee pools to the sides as it dries. And when you have something was behind me. When you have you can kind of have the same effect when you're trying to brighten things up too fast. And no matter how opaque it is, it's kind of like this little battle you have. You know. So that's the battle. Like. That's the eternal sort of. It's really hard to kind of. It's hard not to. I don't know. To end up with that. Like, how do you end up not having that? I don't know. I'm still trying to figure that out. regardless, I definitely need this like practice to like kind of get back into it a little bit, because I don't, you know, when you do miniature model painting again after a while. Hold on, I gotta mix these colors. They're getting a little things are getting a little wobbly here. Hold on, I gotta do a little bit of that, action. Man, battle stations. Adversary says Terminus. I wouldn't accept that. It's called Terminus Media. Getting them on the face, however, I think it's distracting. It's hard. It's hard not to look at face. Yeah. I wouldn't accept that. It's called Terminus Media. Do you use regular acrylic paint or do you need special paint? You can use regular acrylic paint, but there is like model acrylic paint that you buy, like, and I'm not sure if it's I'm not sure what the difference is, if I'm being honest. Like, what the, you know what I mean? Like what? Oh, sorry. Wait, oh yeah, I need to be closer. I'm not sure really what the difference is in terms of like the. I need to get my hand a little bit more steady here. Like the model paint, and like if you go to Walmart and you buy the acrylic paints at Walmart, if you're super duper skilled, I'm sure you can still pull off like you know what I mean, you can still do it. But I don't know, my advice would be to like I know a friend that started off with like regular Walmart acrylics, and suffered with that for a long time, and then what do you call it? And he went on to like buying like actual miniature model paint acrylics. I don't know what the difference is, to be honest. I'm not really sure if there is. They're probably like, they probably got less gunk in there, you know what I mean, for that smoothness that people are looking for, so you don't have that cakey kind of stuff going on. But I'm sure that if you're super duper skilled and you dilute the crap out of the paint, you can still squeeze out quite a bit of, you can still squeeze out a good looking model. I'm kind of not super disappointed at this, where this is going. At first I was getting worried, but I think like I really just need to do like another couple models, put this one back in the flush tank, kind of you know, I'm gonna have to, when you're getting back into it, you're gonna have to, you know, by the time I get to my 7th model, it's going to look a lot better than this, so. So I'm probably going to have to end up scrapping the first 2. But I needed a, you know, you need to get your touch back. You need to get your touch back kind of thing. It's like aiming. Once you take some time off of Call of Duty or whatever game you play, you need to like get in your flow. think I overstepped it there a little bit. Oof. Oof, I put a lot of paint on there. Damn. Sorry. Oh, sorry, I'm off screen. I'm off screen again. Where are we at? Let me go over here. You see what I'm trying to achieve? It's I hate the glare. The glare on top of the helmet doesn't like help my case because like you guys can't see like what I'm talking about because it's like there's like this the light, it just kind of like doesn't let me show you the slight degree I'm trying to like brighten up that. Well, you can kind of see it here, and it wow, the seam line looks really evident. I should have taken a blade to that, and that might be another thing that I gotta do is like work out that seam line on top of the helmet. Yeah, it's me, the automod. Yeah. I'm just not taking the first couple models too. So you're gonna have to wait so I can zoom in. You're gonna have to wait to mail it to me so I can zoom in. I feel like going with whitening out the armor where the light is should be like the answer because like I feel like that's kind of how what the desert does to material. It kind of like has that washed out, like burnt out white look to it. So I think I'm not wrong about that. I think that that's gonna like work for me. I like slowly working these gradients and stuff and sorry. Actually, I will. You know what? I'm gonna have my hand out here so I can like prop it up on the table, so I'm not like suffering too much. You could have some rank insignia. We have some stickers. I got some stickers and stuff that I can like try and put on these guys. Right now, we're not at that like level yet. I saw all the black stuff has to be highlighted too. Like I can't leave just a primer on there. I could or whatever, but like I wanted to kind of like paint the black top things too, you know. Overall social media traffic is low today? Bro, I think that's just my channel. I think that's just my channel. One second. The dog is barking. 1 second. I gotta get the dog back in. 1 second. He's gonna keep doing that bark. 1 second. Oh man. Oh man, I really felt it in my hip when I got up there. Oh man. Oh god. Don't try to stand up after the age of 35. It's not good for you. I mean, you know what? Let me do one of these. Let me do one of these. Let me hit you with that. Like, boom. Hold on. Let me hit you with, like, I can't, hold on. 1 second. This guy's ready for war for sure. Wonder what Jen is doing. Looks cool. Thank you, man. Thank you, Slipknot fan. Yeah, I don't know. Probably just chilling, working and chilling. You got it. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Slipknot. I'm trying to get it, but I'm out of practice. I'm over here just like. Eowls, come here, baby. Let's distract ourselves with the dog for a second. Eowls, how you doing? Oh, there he is. Really soft fur. Hey, no, get out of there. Oh no, don't leave. Oh, all right, whatever. Well, that's what you get. But yeah, you know, there's painting has its challenges. It's a lot of there's like this. I'm just trying to close the skill gap before I do a real paint right here. Ah, man. Did not intend to. I was kind of trying to go for an edge highlight there, and then I like got a big snot ball of it on there, which is fine. I'm still good because I wanted to build up. I wanted to build up a little bit of like lightness up there at the top of the suit, to kind of have it be like lighter than the bottom of the suit generally. But it was like it kind of fell apart on me. I'm like, damn. Gosh darn it. Just can't paint. Ganny Gomez says, I'm back. Nice. Mr. Aries? Yeah. It's pretty chill. This takes a lot. There's a lot to painting. It seems like it's simple and straightforward, but it's not. Or maybe it's just me, I don't know. Like I want it to look kind of like, not, obviously I can't get like the box art look, because they're just, I don't know what they're doing to get that look. Like you gotta be like using a microscope. I don't know how they're not using a microscope for that, but for the box art look. Yo, paint, get out of here. Maybe the part of the problem is I'm actually kind of going too fast for like my skill level. I actually need to be like, to kind of do the gradients I'm talking about, I might need to like slow way down. You know, maybe that's part of the issue too. Can't see me good. Yeah, today's kind of one of those days where it's gonna be rough seeing me, because it's like there's just stuff in the way. Like, this is why miniature model painting for the stream is like, it's just hard to set it up right. We'll be back to our normally scheduled drawing tomorrow, but today I gotta do a little bit of miniature painting. What the? And then if I can get, like, if I can do base paint, do the gradients a little bit better than this, right? Kind of do the gradients, and then do edge highlighting, and suddenly you got, like, kind of a compelling looking model. But that's kind of like, I'm struggling at, like, all three phases right now. You know what I mean? Like, the paint itself was like, meh. The highlighting was meh. And then if I hit, you know what I mean? Like, look at all that cake on there. Like, just looks caked. Like, at least from the, I mean, like, normally, obviously, tabletop, if you're, like, sitting back here, it looks fine, but, you know, like, it's just not really satisfactory quality right now. But this is just more of, like, kind of getting back into it kind of a vibe. 5 hours. Alright, I'm gonna need to go take a break. But I hope you guys enjoy this. Or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like, this is something I'm gonna do mostly off of stream for like an hour, hour and a half after the normal stream. But once in a while I'll bring this back and we'll kind of see the progress on it. Maybe like once or twice a month or something like that. But basically this is kind of where we're at. It's not the highest skill level, but definitely like if you're just like a dude that games, I think this would be passable. Like throw some edge highlighting on this on top of everything, and you know, do the black and whatever. You got a pretty mean looking model, but in terms of like kind of where I want to be with it, it's still a little, there's a, well, you know, and then I didn't clean it up really well. You can see a little booger there from the plastic. Little cakey cake kind of paint over here. This is a really difficult spot to do the backpack. I was gonna go over the grill again with the black and kind of not have that paint in there, but it's just like, it's just a lot of work. Like honestly, it's like if you want these things looking like awesome, it's like, bro, this is you're looking at 5 hours. Like right here. And this guy I was just kind of working on in the background too. He's a tint darker because I was trying to work out like how bright I want these guys to be, and I think you gotta go overboard a little bit because they might look cool under the lamp, and then you set them on the table and you can't see them because they're nowhere near bright as what you imagine. Anyway, but I'm gonna get out of here for the day. I'll be back tomorrow with a regularly scheduled I'm just gonna sketch tomorrow. I don't have any plans. Just gonna do a little sketchy sketch, but yeah. All right, guys. Thank you for watching this paint stream. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Bye.